what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people on the back street. What up? Swamp Nest Monster. Melee. What up, fam? Representing the D. Chico Nicholas in the house. Big shout out to my main man, Supreme. Excellent. What up, fam? Yo, my brother. Eli Monsters in the house. Big shout out to my homie. Talk of the City Kennels representing in the house. What up, fam? Show enough. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Derek Lockett's in the house. What up, fam? The man we all know, the one and only Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Self-Made Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Mr. John Denbury in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Shreveport Mike in the house. What up, fam? Magnolia Kennels representing the 904. What up, fam? Big shout out to the almighty one. What up, fam? Big shout out, yo, my man, Mr. Vernon Dasher in the house. What up, fam? Y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. What up? What is up? Don't forget to hit that like button, fellas. Do me a favor. Don't forget to hit that like button. Oh, I'm in the house. Hold on. There we go. There we go. What up? What up, everybody? I don't know what time it is. Hot Mic Friday. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. What up? You know, today that Hot Mic Friday, you know, and trying to figure out something to talk about. I didn't even come up with a topic. I just felt like, let's just talk some bulldogs. You know, I seen a video. Big shout out to RL Kennels. Big shout out. They did he had one of them talk stories about, you know, somebody interview, and it was like his interview, well, not his interview, but an interview with Earl Tudor. And it is a very, 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 very good informational video. R.L. Kennels. And do the Earl Tudor interview. If you hadn't seen it, you need to check it out. Because the reason I say go back to that, because if you hear the story and just think about Earl. Now, Earl is actually, most of the dogs we got out here, we go back far enough, we're going to run into some of Earl's work. You know, history speaks that. But it was crazy, you know, when it got to that part of the story when Earl feelings was hurt, you know, with tears would come out his eyes. Here's a man talking about his work, his work when it came down to these dogs, you know, and what he felt was going to make that ultimate pit bull. And to talk about it and then feel like he is hurt. He hurt so bad that even when he talks about it up in his earlier, like, the man died at 80 something. He'd been in the Bulldogs at least 60 years. Died 80, 20 years. And the majority of his life, he was dealing with dogs. And look how important his creation and his relationships with most people. Because, you know, Earl got a story now. Trust and believe that. But then those were different times. Got to remember, those were times where, you know, the Bulldog really hadn't hit the scene yet. Like, like really hit the scene. They were almost, like he said, being competitive. Back then, you know, they was when the Big Depression was going on. You know, so food and shit was hard to come by. You know, you go listen to her story, you'll understand. Put yourself in that time. Man, I'm trying to discuss the man that we talk about now. And I don't think there's too many dog men who are actually literally in these dogs. Well, how could you be in these dogs and not know the history that you wouldn't even know Earl Tudor and Dibo? When you know the story, well, before there was, you know, Dibo, there was Henry. Them Henry dogs. And he, you know, and then the story makes me feel like, all right, now Henry dog, all the way down to Dibo, all the way down to, he's in the dog's pedigree 249 times. Dibo? Tudor? That's a whole lot of generation of, you know, breeding dogs. Imagine what to be in a pedigree that you got Tudor and basically everything off of Dibo 249 times. But it's almost like when the man died, he really didn't feel that impact of what, you know, his contribution to the game. You know, he didn't live long enough to see that contribution to the game. When we can actually sit back and be like, he's really the godfather, because believe regardless of what Klaus's and Kobe and all them people were, all them other ones doing, they still had to deal with Earl, and we already know Earl was a bad man back then. The thing was, everybody got to beat Earl. Now imagine sitting on that mountain. Now remember, he ain't got a bunch of money, you know, he's doing his little thing, so he's trying to make ends meet and still deal with these dogs. But he called them the city slickers. You know, the ones who had the money, they thought they had some dogs. Believe it, you know, throwing them hard times outside of him moonshining, the dogs took care of him and his family. And so you look at the end part where, you know, listening to the story, you know, Earl broke down, you know, in his feelings, during, you know, even talking about it, to know when he died, he felt that certain type of way. And me, I think that is a true telling of a story, to just see where Go back to where it all began. When this thing was fresh and how it grew over the years to become not just as competitive, it became more competitive. That's my thing. Over the years, that little circle got to be a bigger circle. It got to be a big circle. It got to be now, a national threat circle. But think about the man dying and not feeling the respect he actually do even in our times, because through all the breedings and everything we can all go through it, because history puts it back there. There's still none better than Earl Tudor. For him to die and not feel he got his props based on his breeding program, well, we know that's a bullshit lie, because some of the best dogs came down off that shit. And if you were smart about doing that shit, you would kind of stick to what Earl was basically trying to tell you, the creator, this is what you do. And then had no problem being competitive when you believe that so hardly in your work. That's what, to me, that right there is an analogy of a real, damn it, dog man. And I'm talking about a dog man. He had his fighting cocks and a couple hounds and everything, but the fact that he was a real American Pit Bull dog man and how he carried himself about that. We can always talk about a person's personality, because again, the man was, I think he was shot 6 times. Never went to the hospital. I mean, it's a great story, but it's his story. And I mean, when I was listening to it, and it's been out there a year. Remember, that's R.L. Kennels' Earl Tudor interview. If you haven't seen it, go check it out and just sit back and just listen. You'll learn a lot, especially if you're dealing with these dogs, because we are in a far different kind of place, dealing with a far different kind of dog, man. Actually dealing with a far different type of dog. Remember back then, there was, 14, 15, 16 wins. You hear the conditioning program. Think about all those ones that they was competing against to even make these dogs worthy of his breeding program. That's the thing. He's taking these and he's trying to be better than everybody else out there that's got something. And to be able to maintain that and actually create something is damn near 90% of all the good dogs, that have been created over all these many years. If you go back and look, I'm telling you, 90% of them bad asses gonna have Tudor and Tybo in them somewhere. And to me, that is a big feat to stop and, as a dog man, sit down and think about just how big, he really became, but in death was still hurt because he didn't feel he was going to ever get the recognition that he deserved. Now, maybe they say, recognition comes until after you die. Well, I'm going to tell you, I liked the Kobe Bryant before he died. And after he died, it didn't make me like him any more than I liked him before he died. There's a lot of these guys that's back in those times that we don't even talk about, because y'all don't know them. You don't know their story. You see a lot of these great dogs, but you don't know the story. You don't know. You got to be able to understand everybody's story so you can create your own story. See, we get up here and we talk. We take y'all, jump on the bus. We're going to go back here and we're going to take a ride back here. Put you back in our time. Well, I listened to that Earl Tudor interview and I got my ass on the bus and I went back in his time. And he had some shit to show for his time. And if you're into these bulldogs, you might not know every name out there, but one you better know you can name it. It will be Earl Tudor. And then get back on that bus in his time and look at all the things that he created over all them 60 years. That when that man died, he died with that hurt in his heart that he would never get the respect that he felt that he was due. And I think that's sad. But that goes to show you 60 years in the game and he died at 80. Look at all the many years that passed. I think from what the interview said, you know, the last dog that pretty much came off of it. It's a Niger dog. Y'all know which one I'm talking about. I'm trying to keep my monetization right because they just don't like that word. So I'm gonna just say Niger. Y'all know where I'm coming from. He was the last thing that actually Earl bred. And then think of all the things that came off of him. See, I have all the respect in the world when I can go back on somebody else's bus and ride that bus into the future. I mean, I got a long ass ride because I can get on the bus where he at and work my all the way up and then come in right where I came in at and still be talking about some of them same people that were older men who lived in that time period. But then when you knew them, it's like me. Man, it's like knowing James Edwards and all the other, some of the older white guys. Atlas Brewer, Reverend Abernathy, Dr. Kimsey Woods. And these are a different type of men in the South where I met them at. And then look at their stories. I mean, I had the pleasure of actually sitting down talking and at their house and see all the dogs and just something when I look back and I didn't appreciate it as much as I appreciate it now because I can go back and look. I can go back and know these people's names. I see that part of that Earl Tudor story. Now I'm living from where he, pretty much where he left off 60 years for myself. And as I move up and being able to talk about these experiences, man, that's one of the reasons why we sit here and do this because some of these guys, man, we don't never want you guys to forget them. My thing was, and the same thing, and I'm riding on Earl now. I'm riding like he, shit. You got to beat me. I'm putting it together and then we're going to see how it works because you got to beat me. I felt that interview and I'm on the bus back there with him. He was dead ass serious, y'all. Oh boy out in Oklahoma. Dust storming and still he coming in with bulldogs. That's where I got to feed the family type shit. None of us, I wasn't that desperate coming up, in these dogs. The game changed because the money changed. Back then, they thought $100 was a lot. I mean, just go to R.L. Kennels' Earl Tudor interview. It will have you bugging. Go get on that bus. Because I need y'all to understand what that feels like when you guys got to still make the future. Earl had his view of what a real bulldog was going to be and how to deal with that real bulldog and make sure that you can put that, they ain't worried about who that real bulldog going into. That's Earl, that was his philosophy. That's what he wanted. That's what he created. And we took that same thing and look at all the other people who jumped on that bandwagon because, you can only make so many dogs before they actually get out in other people's hands. And that's what other people do with the dogs. Earl always felt that these other people was taking credit, but these are the same people that he was beating up because that y'all had the bullshit. Now you got my shit, and then you don't want to give me my respect for my shit, which I understand that. Because now you're taking his own shit and you're trying to beat him with his own shit, but the only problem you're having is he's getting better. Man, take that ride back there and understand he got better and better over the years of doing this, sticking to that same platform. Knew what he wanted, knew what one looked like, and worked his hand to where he could be competitive. And you only gonna be competitive by, talking don't work. Not in this game. When you're gonna be competitive, you actually be over there and cross that corner. Stand on what you're saying. See, back in them days, they did it big. 150 people, 200. Hell, we could do it to Madison Square Garden. Damn it, if this Superdome had been around back in that time period down there in Louisiana, it probably been topped off. Because that's how big it had became. It started growing. The competitive nature of the game. Everybody wanted to beat Earl. Everybody was trying to create shit to beat Earl. Got to remember where it all started at. You got to go a long way to beat the creator. We know how that worked. That's just life in itself. There's nothing higher than the creator. And it shows in the work. That's the part we try to bring back to these podcasts. A lot of these guys, you don't know, but I can show you they great dogs. And why we talking about them dogs? You wouldn't have these dogs to talk about if they wasn't shit. We always say that. If these dogs wasn't worthy of talking about, we wouldn't be talking about them. But we can talk about kennels who had these type of dogs and could maintain their position, their stronghold on that competitive nature, and have that same Earl Tudor mindset to make something better. And I'm telling y'all, man, talking never got that shit done. Never. I mean, you can talk all you want, but it all came down to when y'all standing, cross corners from each other. And that is the part of the American Pit Bull Terrier that started way back then, and he made it good and clear. They were bred for this purpose. He didn't have no other purpose. It wasn't about nothing, all the way from Ireland to the UK to the United States. They got their hands all in that. Just go back and check the story. But I'm stuck on the history simple because look at all the other guys that we talk about. And remember, we popped around the whole entire country. And these people had something that we were happy to be a part of, especially when they were sharing it, when you didn't have to. Seeing all these great dogs, and then you be, and then talking to them. Yeah, it was big for us then. That's why we talk about it now. See, we don't have to wait till they dead and gone to talk about it. We don't. That's why we talk about them. See, a lot of y'all might not know them. I guarantee you, we can run through all them down to some of these journals and run up through some of these pedigrees, and I can show you a whole bunch of them. And show you they work. Now, some of y'all don't think like we thought. To me, I felt like we all were thinking like Earl. We were all going to create something, and we were going to be out there being competitive with the shit we created. To me, that was that Earl Tudor mentality. These guys had that mentality. Not to do it once, but do it a couple times. We talk about them because they have the secret. They had the formula. They had the dogs. They had their name that stood on their product. And that product didn't really get, it didn't get there by them talking about it. See, there's a difference between them doing it back then and then what we talk about, the all-time dog man now, Chico Lopez. That's where we at right now. That's what I see what the future looks moving forward. You know what I'm saying? But then that's not, that part that we talk about, because we don't know nothing about that part up here. We can only talk about this part back here. That's why we get on the bus and take the ride and just put yourself in that position. Go out and look at your yard and tell me, could you survive in this lane? You might have a dog, but are you the dog man to get over there and see? You know what I mean? You can be a good dog man and have shitty dogs. Get the right dogs, you become a better dog man. And that's supposed to be the key. I'm going to be a dog man with shitty dogs. No. That might work, where it don't matter. But we ain't in that time. We're in this time right here, went way back there, all the way up. Because this is a time that, whether it be 100 and something years from now to the future, these dogs are always going to exist. It's always good to just talk about the history. It's up to the audience and what you do with your dog, which makes the future. And you don't know what that future looked like until you lived it already. That's why I can talk about my history, because at one point that history was my future. Nobody's could tell you better than what it took to take that ride than what we can, because we're going to only tell you that how we took the ride. When we took the ride, and we tell y'all how we took the ride. And everything around us and everything that we learned. And pretty much got half the shit right. Never got to their level, but hadn't been doing it as long as they had. But I understood when it was all said and done what it took to create a great yard and good bulldogs. And that right there is that story that hit me so hard about the Earl Tudor situation, because the man died with that, that lack of respect. And maybe it might have been something his inner feelings, but one thing, the thing that Earl had in his favor, haters only hate because they can't beat you. And I understood what that sounds like. I understand what that looks like. But which end would you prefer to be on? I don't want to see everybody, Earl went out with that, weighing heavy on his heart. But history took care of that. He just didn't ever get a chance to enjoy it. Then we understand that story. We always talk about, don't go to giving people they roses and shit, after they gone. Some of these guys have been out the dog game just as long as we have. But that don't mean they can't share their experience. That don't mean we can't share their work. Let their work speak for itself. To me, I feel like they don't have to say nothing. Don't worry about it, bro. I'll say it for you. We go down through there and run through everybody's pedigree. Show you the shit that work. Remember, it's only the shit that we know. And we don't try to speak for the entire game. We have a platform out there. We will pull up, we have done it before, put up pedigrees. But, come on. There's a difference when we're not trying to show you pedigrees to show your dog off. It's good for people to know what you got. But we don't do that to show your dogs off. We pull up these pedigrees back here because these are pedigrees of great dogs. These dogs right here are great because they were in real American Pit Bull Terrier dogman's hands, and they were using these dogs. We got them journals, pages, years and years of journals. I mean, them pages didn't get full like that, all based on advertisement. So hear me where I'm coming from. The love of the game, man, is something totally different for each and every individual that have these dogs. That don't make one better than the other. The only way you're going to ever find that out is you standing across from whoever. That's what the game that I knew. That's what made these dogs worthy of talking about. That's what made these kennels and these breeders. See, everybody, they take that respect on their work serious. Very, very serious. And can you blame them? Can you blame them? No. You know why? Because if you was doing it and you ever did it, then you would understand it without having to hate about it. Period. There's nothing to hate on that part. Because you ain't have no problem standing across from somebody else. You have no problem showing your work. You wasn't scared. Now we understand. Y'all back on the bus. And that bus can take us all the way back to Earl Tudor. And I'm trying to tell you, the faces and the dogs and everything else changed over all them years. But guess what? We still dealing with the same type of dog. And it's going to take the same type of dog man that was way back there to be successful when it comes to you trying to do what they did. Because you got to first create something that people want to talk about. Your competitors want to talk about. Your haters want to talk about. As long as you hating and you keep stepping across that wall over there, we'll bring something new for you every time. See, that's the game. Y'all seen that plenty of times. Y'all understand that work. But then that's what I was always trying to make clear that when we do this show, that everybody understands that coming from us. We're gonna knock it out the park by just keeping it for what it is. The American Pit Bull Terrier, the game, dog and the dog man. You understand the history, and you can still have the love of the same dog. Thing is, we only here to talk about the past. And our experience and our knowledge. And hopefully some can take that and at least utilize it to help you create your own future, because that future one day gonna be your history. And you wanna have all these years invested and don't have nothing to show for it? Nothing? I mean, you got maybe a treadmill, but nothing? I mean, outside of that, nothing. Remember, tell you, it's different strokes for different folks, and I'm not knocking nobody about how you do what you do and what you do. That's not the point. The point is dealing with this animal right here. It can be whatever you want it to be. But how good are you trying to make this animal? Do you want to be just good for you? Or you want him to be better? Well, I'm talking about when I say better, that's like outside your yard, outside your neighborhood, outside your state, outside your country. These dogs have been able to move around the world. Where your name at? You know what I'm saying? Where's the name at? To be able to move around like that. That's what everybody works for, from my era. I mean, not everybody got there. We weren't all trying to be, Tom Garner or Patrick or anything, but our goal, there was a goal to challenge yourself, for, you know what I'm saying? Ain't about being better than the next guy. No, it's not about that. It's about being competitive, and the next guy, you want to do that, we're going to do that. The better between that moment at that time was always determined by the dogs. And maybe that's what Earl, took, you know, that heart shot. I don't think it was, he beat up enough people. I mean, hell, the man said he'd been shot 6 times. So people just don't up and shoot the moonshine man because he out there being dirty to people. Most of the time they're doing stuff like that because they haters. We got our haters out there to do stuff to damage you. But we talking about an Oklahoma man. I had a friend here, Oklahoma man. He wrote a book. I'm gonna share that book with y'all one day. I'm gonna just give you, yeah, Oklahoma country man. He was one of the founders of the Purina, feed. Yeah. From my understanding, he was right there in Oklahoma. He was one of the guys, Mr. Don Plague. Never forget him, but always wear his cowboy hat. But he was one of the finding, guys who did up the whole selling part. Remember, he took over the whole Oklahoma thing, and then he did the California thing, and he wound up doing the cattleman things. And here is where he died at, here in Florida. But a rich old dude. But he knew everybody. He was, him and Earl, like I think Earl died at 80, and this guy here, he died at 99. And he was just another one of them old guys that, he looked out for me, and I looked out for him. When you have a relationship with an older person, they kind of want to stick you under their wing and share things with you and stories with you, and then really be concerned about your success. This old Oklahoma guy was one of those type of guys. So I understood the struggle. It's like I understand the struggle now in these dogs to this day. But it's always been a struggle, bruh. It has. So we don't look at it as a struggle. What we look at it as, let's enjoy the memory and understanding of the past. So whatever contribution that you're trying to bring to the dog game, this should be always in betterment of the dog. That's all I'm saying. I took up y'all time, and I just needed y'all to feel my story right quick, because I was, this talk, that hot mic Friday. I could have said this for Talk Shit Tuesday, but I ain't really talking no shit. I'm on that hot streak right now, because I think it's important that over here we're supposed to enjoy the history. You can't hate on nothing over here, because there ain't nothing back there you're going to change anyway. So you might not like seeing Mayday on the screen, but you might as well suck it up. And anything else you want to throw up there, I'll be like, you want to throw Jeep up there? We throw them all up there. We went all the way back to Hetrick Dogs and Tornado, and brought you all the way back up from the Wood Snooties to the Low Posse's Buster. Just think about all the shit we have seen over them years, man. And we sit here and we talk about it. And it's just history. But it gives you a better inside look on what that history is supposed to look like. Because again, I keep telling y'all future gonna have a history to it. And I'm just wanting to know, don't be a hater. Don't be a part of the hater bunch. Because Earl had his haters. I'm pretty sure, like I said about Floyd, I'm a fan of Floyd Boudreaux. He one of the last frontiermen. But the man's still living. Do you think he really got a grip on, his importance to the game? only to a certain few. I mean, I always talk shit about it because, like we always used to say, we ain't never lost to a black dog. You know, I'm just saying, never, ever. But we've had black dogs. The thing is, we just never lost to one. So for us, we always looked at them different. And it's not because we didn't know what we were doing when we had what we had. Remember, we had black dogs. We come up from Carolina, damn near everything was black. You know, Solo was red, Bruiser was buckskin, Blood and BA, they was black. Judo was black brindle. So we've had all types of dogs. But there's certain dogs I can tell you based on what history says. Now y'all don't have to like it because we said, but then the thing is, we really don't say too much without trying to prove it. And it's only going to be based on our thinking, our way of thinking, the things that we've seen. You know, when we take you back there and we tell you about them rascal dogs, we tell you about them Boyles dogs, we tell you about them Bolio dogs. Yeah. They all had their time. But time do change. You know? And understanding how and what it took for it to change, start back there at Earl and then work your way back to your future. If you don't have it down pat by then, you ain't meant to be in this game. It's on you, Mo. Hmm? Hold on, here he comes. Let me see who else I got up here. I ain't got a chance to sit down and look at nothing. Hold on. Who did I drop off at? Hold on. Supreme Excellence. Appreciate that 99 cent, fam. Appreciate that love. Let me just run down this list right quick because I know I forgot a bunch of people. Now, hold on, let me get this out the way before he gets started. Okay. Here we go. Double M Desval, what up, fam? Big Dog, Bulldog. I see you, fam. RBG Lone Wolf, what up, fam? Let's see who else I got here. Oak man, what up, fam? Break Nasty Entertainment, I see you, fam. Johnny 5, LBC 213, what up, fam? Big shout out to the Mad Doctor, what up, fam? Burn Dog, salute, fam. Pit Bulls and prospecting in the house, what up, fam? Big shout out to nephew out there, Scratch Line News in the house, what up, fam? I'm just making sure I don't want to leave out nobody. Insane Honey Badger, what up, fam? My man, Mr. Ron King in the house, what up, fam? Big D, what up, fam? Yo, Mr. Mo, Mr. O, what up, fam? Big shout out to the Rabbit Man, what up, fam? Let me give a big shout out to my man. Welcome to the Shark Tank, Mr. Torrey Scott with the $5. Appreciate the love, fam. Again, welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Thank you. Big shout out to Uncle Woody's Kennel in the house. What up, fam? I think that got everybody. Big Doe. I can't forget Big Doe. What up, fam? I think I got everybody. Hey, man. Appreciate that. What up, everybody? Might talk about old Earl. Earl was a dog man. But that's why I like hearing them kind of stories because when you get on the bus and you go back in time, we all know everybody that come to the show know that they're getting on a bus. You know, on this bus we might have a newspaper article going back, taking that ride back, and you know, reading the latest news from CNN over there at PBK. You know, it's a nice ride back. You know what I'm saying? We got something to talk about on the way back. Because it reminds you, even in today's world, you know, that people are going to jail for fighting dogs. In the now. Okay, so while we ride back there in the back, where it's good and safe to be, we can't forget about the people who's out here getting in trouble. Why they getting in trouble? We can talk about what's different from then and now. Well, there's a lot different. Laws have changed. You know, the game ain't changed evidently because people still going to jail for dog fighting. You know what I mean? You got to remember that. So it's not like when we get on this show, you know what I mean, that we're talking about what PBK want to talk about. Because that's the news. Our news is back here in the back where it's safe. You know what I mean? You go back here and we can talk about it. You can take it. Remember, I'm the worst witness to anything. I can't tell you who, when, and where, but I can tell you about the stories. I can tell you about the experiences. But it's back there. And when y'all come into the show, ain't that what y'all are getting on the bus to do? You know, bring your imagination. Remember, we always pick up a dog and we grab some sticks and we head back here in the back. Go back here where ain't nobody getting in trouble, okay? And we just put ourselves into that world. It's a world in itself. That's the reason why we do this show, because there was a world back there. And can't forget them old great dudes. We still talking about Earl Tudor from 1900. 1900. Shipley now. All them back there. Vino. You know, these are way in the 1900s where they used to put on long trench coats and suits and ties to go fight dogs. You know, that's the only reason that we had these podcasts and shows, because of the history. Most guys that got the podcasts and shows are trying to do the right thing and a new look for the dog. You can't hate on them because the survival of the game really depends on them. They just ain't really took it to the level to where they're giving you something else to talk about. You know what I mean? We don't have a grand champion wall climber yet. We don't have a grand champion treadmill runner yet. We may have some grand champion show winners, but the true athletes are the ones hitting them walls and hitting them treadmills and them agility things, you know, weight pulls. Those are things that can change our path, because that becomes our path and not your future. So I don't hate on anybody that's trying to do the right thing. You know, you're going to always have them glasses down there in the dark where you can't see anything unless you got the perfect vision. If you ain't got the perfect vision, don't have no business down there, because those are the ones that's taking the chance. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole story. So we can't talk about the now because don't nobody know the now. It's not supposed to be known
in social media because we don't know. We don't have nobody out there that can go up in there and come to this show and be like, I'm a witness to something other now. Because you'll be a witness. Okay? Don't never be one of them. No, always be the one that you heard it. You know what I'm saying? Don't know who, when, and where. It's just a story because that's all they always been. The journals has always been a fictional journal because we don't know. If you know, that means you're a witness. Okay? So everything that's in those journals, you can't like a lot of guys say it in the now. There's a lot of things in those books, but you can't tell me that there's a witness. So it's still all fictional because can't nobody, unless you got a person that you can go with the police, but you can't get everybody in the book. So it's still looked as fictional, like this show. It's fictional, historical, entertainment. And that's how a lot of people thrived on the journal. It wasn't because everybody who got the journal was a dog fighter. But everybody who got the journal was definitely interested in what was in it. Well, legal as it may be, anybody come up with a book with dog fighting in it, guess what? You're going to sell a lot of books. And that doesn't mean because you got pit bulls and you got a book that you're a dog fighter. But in today's society, the way things is, you're going to be marked as one. You just got to have your shit in order where you can prove that you're not. It's not against the law to have a treadmill because you got pit bulls. You can't have a treadmill. Where's that law at? Are they charging you for having the dogs? I mean, how are we going to ever have a treadmill contest if everybody's scared to have a treadmill? How are we going to ever have a weight pool if they see your dog dragging some weights out there in the field that you're not training your dog for dog fighting? The wall climber, he has to have some pretty nice muscles to do that. And you have to know how to do it. I got this big ass wall. What do you do with this big ass wall? Now you got to explain why you got this big ass wall in the backyard with a treadmill. Every man that owns a dog, an American pit bull, should carry brake sticks. Everybody who has a dog that walks out there in the street with your dog should have a brake stick. Because when you have those accidental encounters like old Toto come running out the yard, run up on your dog, and your dog snatch him up. Now you got to beat the dog, people screaming and hollering, when all you had to do is just break out your brake stick and save the little dog. Because that helps you, even though the dog shouldn't have been running loose. It's just the damage that your dog and the behavior that your dog is doing to this dog is going. It's not going to look good, and because they're never going to see it that way. They're going to look at little Toto getting loose, but they're going to be looking at you like your dog destroyed this dog. It's your fault. What were you doing with that kind of dog? You must be a dog fighter. You see? So why not carry a brake stick? You have more than a good reason to carry a brake stick if you have an American Pit Bull Terrier. Period. And just to be on the safe side in case he ever grab a human. You break him off. You ain't got to be swinging at your dog trying to beat him off. The man punching your dog, he's trying to beat him off. You already know the dog gonna get madder and madder. And walking in more, he's a pit bull. So, I like to just say that on my ride out back to the back. That's why I like hanging back there. It's safe back there. We've been already through it back there. It's already set in stone back there. And that's what we come on here to show you guys. You know what I'm saying? Give you something to talk about. Take the imagination and run with it. These podcasts, if they were so illegal, we'd be on here doing this? No. Because there's nothing illegal about doing it. First of all, it's nothing, like they say in the rap game. Be careful what you say. Well, what you say out here is still, like you said, anytime you got a disclaimer there, guys, the disclaimer. That's why we always tell you to throw it in. That's why we always get on the bus. So if anybody ever pull a video and they could go in there and say that, hey, we got them and these guys podcast. Just always remember, man.
Now remember, note this channel in no way, shape, or form condones, support, nor participate in any illegal state, local, or federal law that violate the Animal Welfare Act of 1978. This channel is strictly for the historical, fictional, educational, and entertainment purposes only.
That's why we ride on the bus. Because when we get off the bus, guys, we're in a world of history, and we're gonna play in that history like we're a part of it. We go back in time, and we play in that time, and we bring you the lines of the dogs that we see in pedigrees today. And can't talk much about y'all dogs. We always hear Mike saying, you're going to do what you want to do with your dog. Just make sure you're feeding a dog with a purpose. With a purpose. Because how many dogs are you feeding that ain't serving a purpose? It just, you got to either be breeding them to sell them, breeding to have them, or just breeding it to have good dogs. But it's always a purpose. And that's why we always push for people to say, hey, there's no reason why you should have dog shit out there in your yard. What we always talk about. You already know how I am. I'm one of them. I can't stand dog shit. I really can't stand dog shit. And I hate, this thought, my dog stepping in some dog shit. That's like me stepping in some dog shit. So I'm always on dog shit. Okay? I'm one of them kind. If there's anything I cannot put up with cleaning up a yard, is I have to clean up dog shit because it keeps your yard clean. You can't take time to go out and at least keep your dogs clean. That is very important because if you don't, neighborhood starts smelling. Your yard starts smelling. And when your yard starts smelling, there ain't nowhere in the hell somebody's going to not talk about it. And you always know they always give them that reason for that unexpected phone call or that unexpected visit. So just know that it takes a lot of discipline. A lot of discipline to make that stuff work. Hey, Mike, can I get that book up here? Now, today, Mike didn't start it off, but I'm starting it off. I'm starting it off where I'm picking a line. And in a line, everybody, we're going to build something off the line. With things that we want to start off with yesterday, let's come up with something that ain't been done. You know what I mean? Like, let's put a pedigree together that, that we ain't really seen, any good promise out of it, but we can try to make it better. Okay. Now, y'all want me to start it off? I'm gonna start it off with this one. Yeah, I'm going there on this one. Now, if we was just to start, if we was Earl Tudor and them sitting with a dog like this, how would y'all break it? And we got to go a direction. We got to go a direction that's not been put together. You know, we see a lot here, but what could you see being added to that? You know, that's the question.
Big shout out to my man Johnny Rockets. He said, "Twin, what up, twin? I'm gonna sit all the way back of the bus." Well, welcome to the show, Johnny.
Okay. Y'all back there smoking?
KBK, I see you, fam.
Y'all back there smoking in the back of the bus? You know, our bus driver, you know. Remember our bus driver in Cali White? Yeah. Go ahead, guys. Y'all can smoke in the bus. It's all good.
15 minutes
Man,
later.
15 minutes later, the bus driver was pulling the bus over talking about, hey, y'all, I just got a car attack. I'm not feeling too well. Man, what y'all smoking back here, man? That smell is really getting me high way up there. I had to pull over. Now, look, y'all, we can't smoke on the bus. You know, these days, they smoke that good weed, especially out there in Cali. Dude, my man, the bus driver said, I can't do it. It was the funk going on up in that old. I'm telling you.
Everybody blazing.
It take but 15 minutes. Got 100 people stuffed in this bus and everybody blazing. Yeah, that was a funny day. Okay, we getting suggestions, Mike, yet? We ain't got no suggestions yet, huh? Okay, let me take a look at it. Tell you what I would want to add. Let me tell you who I would add. Damn, I didn't get down. I should have pulled that off. Yeah, I might have pulled it back up and copy it over. Dang it. I'm mad now. Where is 3 at? Right here. Hmm? Oh, this one. Right here. Oh, okay. There you go. I don't see it there. This one. Okay, there you go. You go with red first. Where do you go? There you go. Okay, y'all. I put me one together. Nice. This is my little line breed. Same dog. Well, how in the world did that happen? Hmm? Oh, I did? Oh, okay. So I put up her first one. Okay, they go to Red Dog. I'm taking Champion Red. I'm adding her to it. See that? See, we ain't getting the bolio all up in here. Tighten it up on this end. Now, what we're gonna do? We're gonna check Kim's pedigree and see if anybody have ever done it. But I'm doing some Earl Tudor stuff right now, playing in the lab. Y'all see that, right? We got Bolio being crossed into some Eli, that's for sure. You know, we got Bolio all the way down in here, and we got our Carver Iron Head stuff. You know, more of it up here. But y'all see that, right? Yeah. I think that's an Earl Tudor move. You know what I mean? I call that an Earl Tudor move. Two good dogs, breeding.
So how early want to be able to come? Let's just see. I'm talking to him now.
Oh yeah, he can come get. I'll be up.
He said he'll be up.
What you think, guys? Okay. And I'm gonna check on Kim and see if we got any offspring off like this bred like that. Get this thing back where it's supposed to be. Y'all see what I'm seeing? A whole lot of brothers there. You see Eli and Bully Son there a lot together. You see that? Eli and Bully Son. It always seemed to work. Let's try Little Man. See what Little Man was like. So you can see a lot of that stuff that they was working with. It worked hand in hand. See, Arts Missy. But again, the reason why she produced so well, carver bred dog, heavy carver, both ways. See, when them guys was breeding them dogs right there, that's why they became the dogs that they became. Okay, let's see if Rowdy doubled up anywhere. I see red ties, red bull, but you know, I don't. I don't like diving into pedigrees. You know, I like seeing winners in production. So since Roddy don't have any, I wouldn't really want to. I wouldn't care. But you see, they was taking him. And that's Cody. Just a little bit. They did it a little bit. Almost. Almost. Because you got the boomerang, the carver spike stuff. They go to Eli. See it? There's our Bolio. But not as strong as Kim in them, you know? And we know that went on to make it over there to yellow. They created the Mayday stuff. So, but that's what we started off with. I think that would have been a nice ass cross. Good productive line. I don't. Yeah, I don't have my phone. Let me get my phone so I can see what the chat. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to pull up so I can see the chats and stuff. Sorry. I might be missing something. Okay, hold on. I'm catching up.
Tampa Furniture Outlet's never-ending savings event is here with unbeatable prices on all your favorite furniture brands. All the latest styles at the lowest.
Okay, guys, hold on. Okay, Eli Cross made some of the best. That's true. Eli Bolio Cross, yeah. Maybe Cross Grand Champion Rowdy into Middleton's Black Betty. Okay, let me go pull up Milton's Black Betty. Okay, I'm gonna grab. You said take Rowdy the Betty. Okay, you want to take Rowdy. All right, now we're taking Rowdy the Betty. Nice one right here. Ooh, that's nice. Who said that? Johnny Rockets. Johnny Rockets. That's a nice one. Yeah, that would be a good one. Well, I'm like Chico. Chico say mouth. Yeah, I see mouth. I see gameness. I see gameness in mouth. I mean, just looking at the crosses, we playing Earl Tudor right now. That would be one hell of a cross right there. If I was selling puppies, that would be a hell of a cross. You know what I mean? That's a good one. Yes, sir. That's a good one right there. I see her head said thumbs up. Yeah, he agree. Yeah, that is a good one. Nice put together. That's a nice little formula right there. Got the right kind of setup for the out. You know what I mean? You're putting it right back where you got all the players in the right place in there too. Drop that on top of it. Oh yeah. See, it would be nice if we was able to take some heavy bolio, without the Eli. You know what I'm saying? Because we got the bolio being crossed into the Eli. So when we make this breeding right here, we really heavy Boudreaux, Eli. Heavy. Arts Missy, Eli. I mean, good cross females. That's a nice formula. That one right there would have definitely had some history makers on it. Definitely would have had some history making on it. It would have been something out of a breeding like that. I think we could have got something out of that. Johnny Rockets, we could have got something out of that, buddy. Jameem Ava said, no, keep it in the Eli. See, I'm gonna tell you, if you keep saying the Eli, but I've always been one of them ones to say, the numbers change. They do change. They do tend to change. You know what I'm saying? They do tend to change when you start putting other good game stuff in there with it, son. And I wouldn't have been not afraid to add the bolio, knowing that the bolio, it has a share of great game dogs. Let me just tap in on bolio. Heavy carver. The work, and these is old time. These are the old men back here playing this. But they're making these smart breedings like we always talk about. See if we can get us a tight bolio dog up in here. Now, back, hold on. Okay, yo, somebody help me out. I'm trying to find me a tight inbred bolio. There go a bolio Eli Cross. Carver, all Carver. I'm trying to find one. You know me, I'm always gonna pick the winner, so you already know how I am. I'm picky. I'm picky. And we seen this one earlier in Rowdy and them. You know what I mean? So you know they was doing something that worked. That's for sure. They stayed on the working side of it. That's for sure. Look, every one of them winners was bred alike. Did you notice that? I could take that. I'd take that quarter. You know, what throws me off with this one here, though. You know what I'm saying? See, I Boudreaux in there. You see what I'm saying? That was Champion Handsome. That's a show champion there too. You know, it's a lot of double up bolio, triple up bolio with a good out. Always seem to work. You notice that, guys? Yeah, always got that little eh. Just wanted to make sure y'all keep on seeing that Tudor Diabo stuff popping up in there. Y'all wonder where that red stuff come from. It's a trait to carry you all the way over to the hollow work dogs. You notice that? Got more of the famous one. This stuff changed when this breeding was made right here. It's changed the game too. Major change in the game without breeding. Yeah, his line was, yeah. I cried too many times with bolio dogs. But Eli Monster, we can tell because your name is Eli Monster. Yeah, I said I would take mouth and destruction any day. Yes, sir. Okay, now if somebody wants to do one with the queen, we want to do one with the queen. So let me close some of these. I still like my Kim. I still like my Kim. I even like the Black Betty to Grand Champion Rowdy. I liked that one actually better than the one I had with Red Dog. Yes, sir. I liked that one. Okay. Okay. Here's some more heavy bolio. Can't get around the Carver stuff. Because we almost playing in the same line of dogs that we was doing with Rowdy and them. You know what I'm saying? We building off a boomerang, but we go back here, and that's Betty. You don't see boomerang in here nowhere, but you know he's there. Art Smith and boomerang are litter mates. So we seeing the same combination. We just seeing it going a different way. That's the queen. So we see we getting the same thing that we got out of Rowdy right here. We just see it in a different way. But it's damn near the same type of makeup. Eli, touch Eli there, touch Eli there. You know what I mean? I like that boomerang because there's a lot of boomerang in there. Okay, who we gonna put her with? That's a heavy one right there. I would put Roddy on top of that. I would breed Rowdy. I would breed Rowdy the queen and expect to see something. That'd be my monster litter right there. Grand champion, the grand champion. I'm making a line breeding. I'm not afraid. I'm making a line breeding. Ain't neither one of them all well. I'll probably get me around all of them out of my litter. Yeah, I see better production. Yeah, Nick, that's what I said. Lord have mercy on that one too, man. Yeah, I would have to agree. That one right there, Queen the Rowdy. Woo wee. I mean, if I can't get a producer, give me a yard of winner. Then I'll take it. Nice cross right there. Two great dogs too. Yep, a lot in common. Shared a lot. Okay, what was another one? Somebody said something else. Supreme said, Champion Hammer. Okay, let me go grab Hammer. Let me try Hammer. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I would take Hammer back to Queen. I would breed that to Queen. Ooh. Yeah, imagine that one, the Queen. Yeah, that's a nice one right there too, y'all. That's a nice one. And I like the way this Sweet William stuff is down here, y'all, because this dog here, he went a lot of directions. This dog here went a lot of directions. You know. You find him popping up, you got him in ready. You'll find him in a lot of winning dogs like Champion Stein in them. Let's see. No, it's not the same Sweet William. Okay, I just checked him. Not that Pam all red shit. They're behind those stuff. The red dogs. Mm-hmm. Not the one I was looking for. Not the one I was looking for. I want to play with that though. This one right here. This one here. Hammer and Cream to be a nice one. Yeah, I would tell you I like the Rowdy one. I like the two grand champions together. I like the Rowdy and Queen.
Talk about producing.
Right. If I'm talking about producing, I'm gonna still go to grand champion, grand champion. Then I'll make my second run. I go get that champion. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot for the grand champion now. And it's just funny how them Bolio dogs. You can see the the, the, the traits, the characteristics.
What's carrying the producing power?
I would have to say Bolio. in Boomerang. But Boomerang, he's carrying the producing power from Pistol and Spike. I mean, you know what I'm saying? This right here is the factor. If you was to ask me, the production becomes from here. This right here, when you start getting dogs like this right here, with these breedings right here, you notice there's not too many ROMs in this dog's pedigree. You know, so at what point did it click? Well, it literally clicked with him. The combination, all the right stuff came together in that one dog. The white feet, you're going to be seeing this. A lot of dogs, from the Boyles dogs to the Mayday dogs. To hammer all them, those characteristics all out of these dogs right here. You know, he's got it. This helped. This makes a difference. Let's look at the pedigree. They already been doing work. Remember, Goldie shows up not only in the Carver dog with his Bolio, he can damn near call him a Carver dog, but we damn near call him a Patrick dog when we look at him in some cases because we're looking at Buck and all those dogs. You know what I'm saying? Grand Champion Buck, and those dogs, they got that Bolio in them. But so does the Boyles dogs. So do these Eli dogs. You know? So these kind of breedings right here are the factors that really stand out. This right here. What made Bull Boy Bob such a producer is, to me, the connect came when he started producing. So he's the gas tank for this right here. He's the gas tank. I ain't going to give it to Tuffy. Tuffy was bred to the right dog because this close breeding, they stabbed to death. But you can best believe all this right here are factors to what makes dogs winners. You know, did he produce anything? They go, Poncho. Well, we know Poncho. Got California Jack Poncho right there. Those characteristics, they don't feet. You know, you'll see these kind of little markings in Boyles dogs, Mayday dogs. You see them all, those characteristics, those genetic traits. Again, we talking about Patrick dogs down here, but we still dealing with Bolio dogs. The lady in red, you know, still heavy. Look at him. Traits. Yeah, we see the traits. Those traits. So he threw one. He threw something. Okay, somebody's throwing up a number. I can't get the number off your shit. Tell me to give me the numbers, Mike. Unless you can give it to me. Hammer's a good one. I wasn't impressed with Rowdy. I think Rowdy would have been. Could I got me an all wham out of Rowdy and Queen? No, no. Maybe, this bottom, this boomerang would have had to help me a whole lot. I see match dogs, but I don't see that production lineup. Like, the production lineup is gonna come probably when you breed those two together and they offspring. Might get us that producer. I think Queen Narati are gonna give me better match dogs, with one being a great match dog and probably a great producer. If it was to produce, that's what I'd be looking for. Maybe there's gonna be that one pup, might be two or three in that cross. They're gonna be winners. I can't see the production because it's not, it's not, to me, it's not strong enough with a carrying factor. That those match dogs are.
Hey fellas, while y'all putting the pedigrees up, you just putting up the ABT online thing with no numbers, and it's not going through. Go to your dog, copy the link, copy
the number,
the address with the number in it, and then send it over. I'll pull it up.
Public announcement. Yeah, I like Hammer. Whoever brought that one up, that was a nice one. Somebody said Rocky said put Rowdy with Blondie.
Big shout out to Supreme coming through with the 99 cent. Appreciate that, Supreme. Supreme excellence in the house. Hey, this is from my nephew, Scratch Line. He said, I never trusted Bully Boy Bob or anything off of him. All the Klaus old family red nose and he's black. Then Pat admitted to hanging dogs and pets off of him. Just always rub me the wrong way.
Mm-hmm. You're right about that. You're right about that, because you see what them dogs were supposed to have been throwing, them red dogs. Red. Where's his white feet? You know what I'm saying? Where's his bolio markings? He's right. It is kind of suspicious. It just don't fit. Where we gonna find the black at? It's just gonna be hard to find when I know these is red dogs. Okay, we got Black Brindle here. This might be a hope. Have a looking big bulldog there too. Let's see. We know Centipede a red dog. We know that. So yeah, we over here investigating. Okay, that was double bred big boy. It might have been a possibility somewhere in here. It might have been Black Brindle. Okay, we know we're gonna have a Brindle male here. His name is Brindle Dan. So we know he Brindle. We just trying to figure out where we getting this black from. That was a good one. I mean, he's just straight black. Not Black Brindle. But then, you know, we can go back here and get black, y'all, now. Hold on. We can get black. Yes, sir. We can get black. This is double bred Black Widow. So what we would assume this dog is how she's bred. Double bred Black Widow. Would you say one of these? I mean, somebody got to be black here. We know Black Widow black. We know this dog is not going to be black. There he is. They got him as a black dog. He don't look like no black dog, do he? That ain't no black dog. He ain't no black dog, that's for damn sure. But we do see the white feet. Now, these boys are down there produce Diabo. I mean, I'm looking at Roscoe because Roscoe ain't a black dog. So we know possibility is there though. Double bred black shine. We just don't know what are these black dogs here, like this female here. She's double bred Black Widow. She's coming off a Black Widow. We don't know whether she was a red dog or a black dog or. Okay, we got Blackie right here. Got them named Blackie. We're seeing Honey Boy. We ain't got no color on it, but I would say that there's black in the line. You know, you're asking a lot for Bull Boy Bob to come from way back here to finally throw a black dog up here without saying that one of these dogs right here was black. You know, especially it's really hard to even conjure when you got Bolio being buckskin. Not saying it can't happen because I done seen red dogs in a black litter. You know, I'm like, you know, somebody over here black. Well, we know we're gonna get some black in here. We got black in Bolio. But here's my thing. We go down to Bolio's offspring, we need to see some black. Okay, we got Boy Ray Bobby. We got any more black dogs? Do we have any more black dogs? Let's go find out. without being bred to a black dog. Now, can Bolio throw a black dog? Well, this dog here, he ain't black. Hanson wasn't black. The question is, can Bolio throw a black dog? See, Kramer, was he? I ain't finding no colors. We got Red Sambo. He was chocolate. No color. But we know that he might have been black. He's Sporting Dog General Champion. He was probably black. We're going to get our black there. I'm talking about right here. Could this dog ever throw another black dog like Boy Bob? That's the question. We got other pages. I didn't notice that. I mean, that is hard to counter, though. That's really hard to counter. Because that's like saying we got to see Bolio throw some black dogs without being bred to another black dog. We know he wasn't no black dog. Even with the triple bred Bolio, if you really wanted to believe the Bolio could throw a black dog, even because he had, Black Widow in him to do it, that's just one of them kind of questions that you be wanting to know. Because be damn it, she's being thrown like they ain't far apart, that's for sure. But did he ever throw another black dog like Boy Bob? Got it.
My man Chico Nicholas says, which dogs were better off? The Mayday lines, the black nose or the red nose?
I can tell you that the red nose was killers. I mean, it wasn't too many red noses. You had Champion CD, Kai Diesel was a red nose. Brat was a red nose. Chanel was a red nose. Little Mayday was a red nose. Yeah, What a Day was a red nose. No. Yellowbird was a red nose. Elrod was a red nose. Gus was a red nose. So, and those are our line. And then you still got, but they had Stone City in them. So you wanted to go straight up Mayday, I would have to go with the black nose. Luke Kane, May, Barracuda, Hunch, Noriega, all them was black nose. Twister was a black nose. I would have to say the black nose, but the difference is, like if you was taking Kunta and as Little Mayday, and it would fit the characteristics because Brat was a killer. Brat didn't make 30 minutes. Neither did Brat's daughters. Then you got Kunta, a.k.a. Lil Mayday, and Kunta, he never went over 36 minutes, maybe 38. 38, and that's in all four of his matches. So, the characteristics of what he was doing what his sister was doing. He's a red nose. Chanel was doing what Brat and Little Mayday was doing. You know, Chanel didn't go too long her damn self. She was a red nose. But, you know, I can say that much about the Mayday red nose dogs, the ones that did show up. You know, they didn't go long. You know, and they were more aggressive. I mean, to me, when I say more aggressive, I would say put them in the aspect of fast lanes pace. You know, go in there and smash one quick. You know, just total domination because of the pace and the ability. Too much. Yeah, the other Mayday dogs, they were like persistent winners. You know, it's not like they did just enough to beat you. They just beat you. It might take some time, but that's what you know, a lot of them just had that ability to beat you. And you would think with all this in there, you know, and she would come out red. Well, there's many factors to her being red. Many factors. But I think the major factor is yellow buck through buckskin dogs. You know, even with Awesome Baby being this color. See that? And Buck being this color. Where did this color come from? Because this color showed up even in our dogs. You know, Nico Jr. was that color. He wasn't like his brother, his daddy Nico. Yellow Buck was that red brindle like his mama. But even she threw dark colored pups. That's Champion Piggy right there. She was that buckskin, like, maybe that came from yellow. You know, that buckskin color, like, maybe it came from yellow. I see somebody was talking about the black in them. Let's see, twin, you tripping. Bolio threw black dogs, a lot of black dogs. You tripping, twin. Red throw black, black throw red, brindle throw both. You tripping. Well, Ross, I said I was looking for the black dogs. And matter of fact, what I said was, let me take you back. So I want you to feel like I'm tripping. Let me go back to Bolio. Boy Bob. I said, show me in this breeding, and I said it's possible, but show me a Boy Bob Indian Bolio black dog other than Boy Bob. Now, if I'm tripping, help me and prove it to me. That's what I'm saying. It's easy to sit there and be tripping, but you tripping if you cannot prove it to me. Show me a black dog off of Indian Bolio that's not bred to a black dog. Let's make the dog, this black dog, let's reproduce, because we got all this black in. We sure got black. Remember, I said we got double bred Black Widow down here. And then we got Black Widow up the top. We got Black Shine all over the place. So the black is in the genetics. The black is definitely in the genetics for Bolio to throw a black dog. It's more black in this dog than it is his own color. So I can't be tripping if I understand that much. I said, show me a dog off of Bolio other than Boy Bob that was black. Now we got 3 pages here. If I'm tripping, show me where. Where's all these many of black dogs at? Let's see. It's a bit. He was a red dog. Now can't go to him. And then we go back to It's a Bits again, just on the quick side. We still dealing with black dogs down here. And we still ain't get one. I'm just trying to find another Boy Bob. You know what I'm saying? No, T-Boy was not a black dog. I'm still trying to find where I was tripping at. I mean, I'm telling you that he's got black in him. What my thing was, I said, and let me say again, show me a dog other than Boy Bob that came off of Bolio that was black without being bred back into some black stuff. Who said I was tripping? Ross? You said I was tripping? Let me tell you exactly what you said. Twin, you tripping. Bolio threw black dogs, a lot of black dogs. You tripping, Twin. Red throw black, black throw red, brindle throw both. You tripping, Twin. But you are tripping because you haven't proved your point. You haven't proved your point. So if I'm tripping, what we call you? Somebody better help him. Somebody need to help him. Ross, who was his name? Who was it? D. Ross? D. Ross, we waiting on the door. Why we gotta call somebody? You the one said I'm tripping like you know what you're talking about. Why I gotta call anybody? You stepped up there and said it. You should have called him. You should have called him. Call Richard. No, I'm not calling Richard. You need to be the one calling Richard, man. I'm the one tripping because you ain't standing behind what you saying. You want me to call somebody else. But I'm the one tripping. I'm trying to you see if somebody can show me. Prove me wrong. Don't tell me I'm wrong, you can't prove it.
All these black dogs
Ain't got to be betting nobody. It's not about a bet. I'm the one tripping. Come on, Ross. You got on that bus, bro. You got on that bus. I did not put you on that bus, bro. You said I'm tripping and he threw a lot of black dogs, but you still wasting time typing instead of typing me a number so we can pull it up and see it. So you can make it sound like you know what you're talking about. I'm trying to help you. I said without being bred into a black line of dogs. That's a good question, a good one to answer. But all that bolio that he got in him, and Dirty Mary ain't even. We can't even get a black dog out of even Dirty Mary. We can't get another Bull Boy Bob out of Dirty Mary breeding. We can't do it. Hey, it's like James Jones said, D. Ross, just name the dogs. Just name the dogs. You saying Bolio didn't throw black dogs, you tripping, but he do black dog, but you can't give us a dog. I'm like James Jones. D. Ross, just name the dog. I don't want to be picking on you. I don't want to be picking on you, but you said I was tripping. But guess who sound like they tripping now? When all you had to do was just give us one and say, okay, we got you, we feel you, but we need to see a bunch of them. You said he got a bunch of them. Like, I don't know these pedigrees. Teaching you something. I mean, with the purest of bolio in him. Yeah, we can only black dog we can talk about right now, Boy Bob. I mean, he was a black dog off of bolio. So we trying to find out, was he just a freak of nature or was there some bull behind it? No, we're talking about, okay, remember I said you can't go grabbing Tuffy yet, nephew, because Tuffy those black dogs. She's a black dog her damn self. You know what I'm saying? We can't use Tuffy. Remember I said that from the giddy up. We can't use her. Bred the bolio, yeah, we gonna see that. I'm pretty sure of that. Guarantee that for sure. And yes, she does have a lot of black widow in her. But I said, well, all that black widow, we got a Boy Bob, but we can't seem to get no other black dog like Boy Bob out of 3 pages is what I'm speaking on. And that's all I'm saying. You know, was Boy Bob really off of Indian bolio? If you can't give me no more than just one black dog, I mean, crossed in that way, yeah, it'll make you wonder. It makes good conversation. But you can't tell me I'm tripping, man, if you can't bring up the receipt, baby. You can't do that. That's a black dog. See? That's a black dog there. That's a dark black dog right there. If we said him being bred outside of that, okay, we can't see that came from bolio. We didn't, nephew, where that come from? It didn't come from bolio. It came from Tuffy. Tuffy. Mm-hmm. I sure did. Where's that picture at? Let me see. Where we get that picture at from Tuffy just a minute ago. What dog do we have up this thing? There she go. You tell me Boy Bob don't look like her. That's where he got it from. He sure as hell didn't get it from Bolio. No. How are you gonna tell me that, man? When I said Indian Bolio, I didn't say nothing about Tuffy. I said Indian Bolio. We know Boy Bob got his black from Tuffy, because I'm showing you right now that there's Tuffy, Boy Bob's mama, right there. Right there. There's Boy Bob. Look at the genetics. It's clear that Boy Bob took after his mama. We was not talking about Boy Bob. We was talking about Boy Indian Bolio with the black widow that he has in him. Could he throw a black dog? Is what I said. We know we didn't get the black dog from him. Is what I said. We know the Boy Bob did not come from Bolio. I said, let's go find him throwing another black dog without being bred into a black dog, is what I said, D. Ross. So it's not in my face. You still missing out, baby. But we knew that already. We knew that the bottom was a black dog, man. We said we want to see if Bolio threw another black dog without being bred into a black dog, because he's got black in him. You're jumping around in the conversation and you're missing it. I said everything I've been saying has been on Bolio, ain't it? It really wasn't on Boy Bob. I said he threw Boy Bob. That's a black dog. I said, so let's see if the black came from Bolio without going into a black dog. That's double black widow right here. Off of Bolio. Now you still ain't shown me a black dog off of Bolio. Not Bolio being bred into a black bitch like Tuffy, but him throwing a black dog all on his own. When it comes to him being all black, bro, I said, was he Boy Bob off of Bolio? Because we know Bolio had the bottom side was black, bro. I'm talking about Bolio. Shit, he might not even been bred to Bolio. You know what I'm saying? Again, he might not have been bred to Bolio. Talking about Boy Bob being black. We know his mama was black. I just showed you the picture. The similarity is right there. We see the similarity in the mama right here. We ain't on that point right there. We on that point far as him, the daddy. With the double bred black widow. We looking for the black dog coming out of just him, bro. Another Boy Bob without being bred into something black is what I said. Can we pull out the Black Widow in Indian Bolio. And we tried. We tried. Did he ever have any, did the litter mates, was any of them black? We don't know. Unless somebody can run across a picture of one. But that was the question. Hmm. But Mills Midnight was off the tuffy. And my thing is outside of Tuffy. Did Indian Bolio have the black genetic in him to throw black dogs? Is the question. Is what I said. I mean, you got enough Bolio in here, and when I say Bolio, we is double bred Black Widow. That's all. Maybe I shouldn't have been talking about Boy Bob as being the daddy and wondering, you know, with all this Black Widow. I mean, he's got black dogs in him. I mean, you got black shine, I mean, top and bottom. Lil Rock said, Maurice told us that he lied. He did. I asked the question. I said, is Boy Bob off of Bolio? But understanding when I say that, he could not. He still might not be off of Bolio. But no, I ain't answered my own question yet because I haven't got the answer to did Bolio throw black dogs without being bred to a black dog. Without being bred to a black dog, can Indian Bolio, with all that Black Widow in him, throw a black dog? No, I have not said that answered my own question. I haven't seen it yet. Thank you, James Jones. James Jones had to explain it. He said D. Ross he's not saying Bob isn't a Bolio. He's asking you, show an example of Bolio producing black offsprings without being bred to a black bitch. Well, I mean, no, I thought you would. I mean, you said the only way to find out is to ask Pat. No, I thought you knew the answer when you said Bolio throws all a bunch of black dogs. You tripping, Chin. You said that. You tripping. Bolio threw a lot of black dogs. Well, all I did was then start showing me them then. You said a lot of black dogs coming off of Bolio without being bred into a black line. That was the question. Yeah, we know Tuffy. I mean, how can we not know that? Look, see, there's Tuffy. Yes, sir. That is Boy Bob's mama. Offspring. Clemens Midnight. You know he was black. Yeah. See, this one right here. Okay. He sure ain't throw nothing over here. Look, there's another picture of Boy Bob. Looking like his mama. Hold on. Damn, I lost that picture that quick. Where's that PNP at, Mike? Where do we see that at? That one, the PNP of the female. Remember, there's two of them. That's Boy Bob right there. There's another good picture of him. No, I'm trying. Oh, I need to go back here. Go to history. Boy Bob. Tuffy. Boy Bob. Tuffy. Said Bob threw buckskin dogs too. Well, I don't think it shouldn't be hard for Bob to throw some. Let's go to his pedigree. Bob Bread made Junior Little Tater. That's Little Tater. But does Little Tater have a black littermate brother? That's Tater's littermate brother there. That's a female there. We don't. It doesn't say what color she is, but if anything, we do know for a fact that Tater, we're talking about Tater off of Boy Bob, Bread to Red, baby. Keep it in mind, we're still talking about the black dog. Remember this one. Boy Bob, his mama. So we know Boy Bob would throw a red dog. We know he'll throw a red dog right there. But not to throw no black dogs, not to throw not no black dogs in this breeding here. And damn near got bred completely out from here. From here, we don't see no black dogs coming from here. We ain't gonna see a black dog coming out of none of these dogs. Let's go back. Where we starting at? We started off saying Bolio throwing any other black dog outside of Tuffy. Without being bred to a black dog. Without being bred to a black dog, could any Bolio throw another black dog? Like Boy Bob. Okay, we all seen it. You know, if it's out there, it's very few. And we couldn't prove it tonight. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt, being that now we down here talking about Boy Bob, and he is black, and we know why he's black, because his mama was black. Now we're going to have Boy Bob giving him a chance. We're giving him a chance. Now, can Boy Bob, being black, can he throw an offspring, breeding into some red shit, a black dog? Because if it was a strong gene in his pedigree, one thing for damn sure, Tater threw a whole bunch of him, all the way down to Grand Champion Buck. All the way down. And see, I'm gonna tell you the story. When you start talking about Golden Boy, man, I'm gonna tell you why I know the Golden Boy story was wrong. Because remember, I had Little Buck, and Little Buck's pedigree had Golden Boy on his pedigree. Now, if anybody can find a picture of Golden Boy, it would come in handy. It would really help. I'm trying to pick up pictures here, because we know we're still dealing with Bolio with the Black Widow. Well, we know Dolly wasn't black, and then she got some Black Widow in her. Black Widow in her. Only two is just as black as Boy Bob in them. When it comes down to him being a red dog, a buckskin dog, coming off a Black Widow, the genetics is just not that strong. But this is double bred. Mahoney's too. They no, the breedings of the black was going out back down in these breedings. Golden Boy. Best believe Golden Boy wasn't black. And these dogs have every reason in the world to be black. Every reason in the world to be black. Look at all that Black Widow. They got every reason in the world to be black. But I know what the registry says on their scratch line, because remember, I had Little Buck off the Yellow Buck and Miss Nico. I clearly knew what was on my papers. they were ADBA registered, and Golden Boy was on their pedigree. That's for sure. I would know. I would definitely know. Because I had Little Buck. Before y'all even knew Stone City ever existed, I was sitting up there with a pedigree with Grand Champion Buck right there in the second generation on my ADBA papers, and it wasn't off of, let's say, Little Tater. It was off of Golden Boy. But Stone City always had it as Little Tater. STP always had it as Little Tater. Pat Patrick even came out and told you the story of why he changed it. The man said he wanted a Mahoney Toot dog. These dogs right here. This is the dog that he wanted. He wanted a Mahoney Toot dog. That's what he said he wanted. So that's the paper he put on the dog. There's his Mahoney's Toot, whole bunch of it. Red to red, baby. And that's how he got, Buck became that. And Mr. Warden got him, and he registered Buck with the ADBA, with the pedigree that Pat Patrick gave him. He later on came clean after Buck won his championship, his actual grand championship, that he came clean and told the man, Buck is not off of Golden Boy. You asked me for a Mahoney Toot dog, and that's what I gave you. The papers to a Mahoney Toot dog. The true breeding of the dog is off a Little Tater. And when you look at the dog, guess what? Let's go take a look at Buck again. Let me see if I can leave him up here. There's Little Tater. There's Buck. Little Tater. Little Tater. Okay. Little Tater, there's Buck. So and you see Buck's feet looking like Stone City feet. But so we know clearly that Golden Boy is not Grand Champion Buck's daddy. When Pat Patrick came clean and said that, he left a door open for any eye to see that Golden Boy was not Little Tater. And Little Tater definitely looks like Grand Champion Buck. Genetically. Grand Champion Buck produced shit. Golden Boy, the Mahoney 2 stuff, did it work anywhere? We can say Buck, but that's all we're saying here. That's it. So we know the production definitely even stands out even more. It stands out even more. But you don't have a strong pedigree like this strength here, this stuff right here. And you look at this breeder, this dog here, Little Tater, and when I click on his offspring, guess what I'm going to see? I'm going to see factors. What are factors? Here's a factor. Here's a factor. You know, you see what I'm saying? These are factors outside of Little Tater. Look what we're looking at. So we know this ain't Golden Boy shit. We know this is not Golden Boy shit. We know this is not Golden Boy shit. We know that this is a little tater dog. So what is the difference? There is a big difference. He looks more like tater stuff, little tater, than Golden Boy. Which one? Who? Oh, Brownie. Oh yeah, her. We know this already, and this is Tombstone. Even when it comes to that, we going to Cody. We all down in the Mayday line now. Get ready to step into the Hollandworth world. That's all that is. That's the Hollandworth world we're coming up on right there. Because them two females, Lady in Red, all these females, Reba, all these dogs right here. They got the same daddy, but not the same mamas. You know what I mean? But they got the same daddy, and that's the key factor. That's what tells you that there's no way Buck was off a Golden Boy. The man's story does fit the lie. He said the man wanted to patch his toot dog, Mahoney's toot dog, and he gave him one. He just gave him a dog with those papers. When the dog became a winner, he came clean. And what he said, he told the lie on the first trip. So why would he come out and tell another lie? Which lie worked? Because one thing for damn sure, Grand Champion Buck, Lady in Red, and Reba, you're going to find all OM written on all of them dogs. Not just Buck. Not just Buck. There's Dolly, Little Tater, Little Tater. Look what she looking like. Look what she looking like. What they got in common? What's the common factor? Little Tater. What's the common factor in genetic genes and producing some shit? There it is. That's right. That's why I've been all this. There it is. That ROM. That piece right there. She has a sibling. Same thing. Production? Yeah. It went more this way. It went this way. It sure as hell did go this way. Yes, sir. ROM, Grand Champion Buck, Dolly, Polly. You're going to find Lady in Red up in these dogs. Come on. Golden Boy was not his daddy. Genetics and process proves there's nothing coming down off a Golden Boy that's got anything outside of anything that looks like a registered mare. Golden Boy didn't have nothing to do with Polly and Dolly. Nothing to do with them yet. Grand Champion Buck looks more like them and he produces like them. There's no question that the dog was off a Little Tater. Because you put Tater in his perspective with Buck, and then it falls in line with Dolly and Polly and Boy Bob and the Embolia. What? Because we're dealing with production. These dogs had the ability to do this. You keep playing with these kind of dogs, you know what I'm saying? Right here, a black dog producing this red dog that never had another black dog crossing into this shit. None of this shit. From Buck down to damn Dolly, down to Polly, ain't not one black dog popped up in this damn dog's pedigree. Boy Bob. Say I'm telling the truth. Well, the reason why the Buck stuff crossed into the Mayday stuff because it's really basically the same thing. It really is the same thing. Mayday's bottom is Grand Champion Buck's top. Stone City, Grand Champion Yellow Buck and Grand Champion Mayday are the same line of dogs. You just switching them around. On Grand Champion Yellow Buck, he had Buck. On Grand Champion Mayday, he had Dolly. You see what I'm saying? That was the factor. And it's a leading factor because it brings us back to Boy Bob and who? Little Tater. A black dog having these red ass dogs that could produce. Genetically speaking. There's no way in the hell Golden Boy was able to pull that one off. It's not even in the writings. I mean, that's why even today do we put it that way, because it came out the man's mouth who started the lie. He even told you why he lied. It was actually written out. I had it on the show where he wrote and he put it there and he told us why he did it. It wasn't until the dog became a winner and started becoming famous that he told him, because, like I said, when I got Little Buck, his pedigree had Golden Boy on it. Okay? And that's the truth. But I know he's not off of Golden Boy. I always knew that he wasn't off of Golden Boy because STP said he wasn't off of Golden Boy. And Jesse said he wasn't off of Golden Boy because Jesse didn't promote his dogs like that, and neither did STP. Now, I would think, being that they know this shit, just, I'm going with the know. And now that I know, I can look at it and see. And regardless, I'm going to say again, even in that line of dogs coming down off a Little Tater, ain't no black shit popping up. Again. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I had the glasses on. I'm looking. But come on now. Good conversation or good piece. Good piece, but you gotta remember something, guys. One thing about these dogs that you will find out, and maybe because I've been doing it so long and I could just look and tell, because nothing hides traits. Traits will tell you the truth. Traits will tell you the truth. You can take a half brother and do a little thing like that, and you can kind of come up with dogs looking like the brother that's doing something, and probably get that off. Yeah, he's off of his brother. His brother's the one, and you ain't gonna never know because the traits are there. You'll know further down the line, especially if his brother's throwing shit in the dog that you claimed was off his brother. He ain't throwing nothing because maybe he don't have that genetic trait of production, or that list of ROMs. See, like when I say Yellow John, I can start off with Red Boy, Yellow John, Yellow, Mayday, Luke Kane, Barracuda. You notice that ROM, and them are just ROMs. We ain't even talking about titles, because we could have said Champion Red Boy, Champion Yellow John, Grand Champion Yellow, Grand Champion Mayday, Grand Champion Luke Kane, Grand Champion Luca. It's in your genetics. That's when you know something's moving forward. You throw one little rock in there and it don't look right because it ain't right. Because consistency, it had ability to show consistency. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we got out of it.
Well, that's what them boys had. They had a consistency, or you got to get them within an hour.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing about the Boils dogs and what made them so popular. If you can last an hour with a Boils dog, you can beat one. So you can give me coming on Red Boy dogs, and believe me, the Boils line got simmered down now. Yeah, we can still holler about Bobby Jr. I mean, they was up in the New York area where bulldogging was rough now. We can talk about them dogs. Yeah, we can talk about Queen. We can talk about Handicap. But those are the other lineup. That's not the Boils brand. The Boils brand is not Handicap in Queen of Hearts. You know, Boils brand is just that. These are Boils dogs bred by Ronnie Boils specifically. There's a whole difference between those dogs and Handicap and Queen and Pandy. Okay, that's the only things that I'm speaking on. You know, Boils dogs are great dogs, but if you'll notice, the more Boils in them, you start looking around. You know, y'all can't even fall back on Kunta now because, you know, Kunta wasn't a Boils dog. You know, and, you know, before the show, I got his championship too. But this to say, because, you know, yeah, a good Boils dog will take you out. Now, I would give him comment. That's check one. I can give them both a check under that. Little Mayday in the Boils line, yeah, I can go that because I had Brad. But I can also say there's difference there. Genetics.
Well, give a big shout out to my man, Cool Bean 1203, coming in with a 20-piece, showing the love. He says, salute. Genetics don't lie.
They do not lie. So very true. If you want to follow the truth, watch the line. They start having dogs, you start seeing the truth come out. Golden Boy truth came out. The black didn't come out of Boy Bob because he couldn't seem to produce nothing that could throw another black dog over here on this side of the line. Remember, little Tater came right off of Boy Bob, a red black dog that came off a black sire, who's coming down through Bolio, who's got Black Widow in him. But had the genetics to throw more red dogs than he do black dogs. Bred into anything other than a black dog, he didn't throw black dogs. That's like somebody, you know, having black eyes up each other. You know, black eyes, I'm sorry, man. You know, I lost a good friend on that one right there. Trying to tell me what termite threw. Well, see, that would have been a better argument to have that on Indian Bolio when it comes down to Boy Bob. Boy Bob never threw a black dog other than the goddamn what? When he bred it through a black dog. Because even though he was a black dog, his mom was black. His genetics, his genetic makeup did not carry a black genetic gene that way he could have red and black litters. Because he wasn't having them unless he was bred into something else black. Because everything Buck was bred, everything little Tater was bred to, not a one of them had a black ass dog. Dottie didn't have no damn litter mates and none of that. None of them. Reba, none of them. None of them. I mean, even when you got Buck going into the yellow stuff, You know what I'm saying? Buck, remember Buck got Boy Bob in too. He didn't even throw any black dogs. I mean, Yellow Buck, did he throw any black dogs? He never threw any black dogs. But guess what he did throw? And where did this come from? Where did this come from? Okay, let's go take a peek. Okay, here's a good one. You see what color he is, right? See what color he is, right? He's off a grand champion buck and awesome baby. You see what color she is, right? Okay, now watch his offspring. Look what color she is. Now somebody explain. Somebody explain. Did finally some of them old genetics start popping up? You see them, they all had it in common that they was on the pat yard. Even Bolio's offspring had them. That was one, Miss Piggy. She was a brindle bitch. No, I know. Little Piggy. Look at Jesse. Look. I ain't no picture of him here. Is there any pictures of him? Let me see. Let's see if we can find one. There, yeah, look at this picture of him. He 357 it up, and he's still throwing brindle dogs. Remember, these are still all little tater stuff. Miss Leakey, still tater stuff. But when you go over here, back to where I was, with this dog right here, he threw a litter of brindle dogs. I got a picture of Little Buck, and he was a brindle dog. Yeah, I'm gonna put his picture up. I got a picture of him. But his color was just like Sir Kel's. Him and Sir Kel, exact same color. And what did he throw? He threw everything but that color. He threw everything but that color. He gave me red brindle, but he didn't give me no dark brindle. Not even Baby ever produced another brindle red nothing. And we talking about little tater. And when you breed Mayday into Yellow Buck stuff, that Stone City stuff, you're getting a double dose of little tater. A double dose. Look at this one. We know where he got the dark from. We gonna know that off the back. Look at down here. It's all down here. But even then, he had to come out chocolate. You couldn't even dominate it with all this Boy Bob black. All this double Black Widow. All that black in this stuff. And the dominating genetic gene in these dogs is red. Red. That's what I was speaking on when I was speaking on Bolio. Show me another dog off of Bolio that can throw black. That wasn't bred to black. With all the black widow he had in him, is what I said. And that's what I meant. And I think it made a good conversation piece. You know what I'm saying? We still don't know where Yellow Bug got that dark brindle from, but it's a throwback. It finally showed up. Some type of color other than the red shit showed up. That's all. Because Miss Nico was not nowhere close to being a brindle dark, anything to throw those colored puppies in that breeding. No. You see what I'm saying? Her offspring. This is the mama to all this brindle shit. Brindle, Little Buck, Brindle. This one here, she was Brindle. Then they had a few of them that was like yellow. Now Nico, he had yellow. No, yellow, I mean, my dogs, I didn't have no brindle dogs coming off of Nico. See, there's no pictures behind some of these dogs, but I'm going to tell you, some of these dogs was not, you know, they was throwing that dark color. They sure was. There's the litter mate right there. See that? Them the kind of colors they was throwing in them litters. That's the same litter as Little Buck and all the rest of them. You see them all on there. All litter mates. Out of 2 breedings. These was 2 breedings that were made. Little Brother Brady Miss Nico was done twice. But you see the different colors. And Nico was that color. Nico Jr. was that color. Blondie was that color. But you still see the Bolio traits in there. You see it there. They are going to see it there. You're going to see it there. We're not even talking about Mayday no more. We're in the Buck stuff. This stuff goes all the way back to Bolio. It carried all the way down, not only through Buck, it carried down through the Hollandworth dogs. Don't forget Dolly. Where can I find Dolly at right quick? I can just go to Buck. Traits. Them. You turn right around and see it in her offspring. Man, that chest, Dolly chest. The white toes. That's it. It's a Bolio trait. That's really showing up in the Bolio, these dogs. That comes from these dogs. It's a trait. It's a genetic. It's like the producing part of it. The OM. It's a producing genetic. It's like the same thing. You know, if you can see it in the feet, in the chest, then you should see it in the line as far as the way it produces. That's my point. Like, so you ain't got the camera pulled up, man. So I'm not gonna try it tonight. I was gonna show them the Kunta's winning record. Go right here, go from there. Now I don't know what the chat's saying, man, but you know, they feeling me. Put my glasses on. I think the red brindle, I'm gonna tell you where the red brindle came from. I'm gonna tell you where that red brindle come from. That red brindle came from that black trying to get in. That's where I think it come from. Because remember, Awesome Baby was already a red brindle dog. She was red brindle. Okay? But if you want to talk about where the dark color come from, that black that come off of that Indian, off of that boy Bob, that black that is really in him, it showed up. It showed up in those genetics. Yes, it did. Over there, it didn't show up on the Mayday side, but it definitely showed up over there on the Stone City side because of that red brindle that was in Awesome Baby. Because she sure threw some dark brindle dogs. And these is coming off of Miss Nico where there ain't none of that in her bottom. So where'd it come from? It finally showed up in Boy Bob. That's where it come from. That's where it come from. Genetic wise, that's where it showed up. And it showed up a lot in that litter. Remember, I had a couple. I had Little Buck, but Little Buck didn't throw no dark brindles. But we would have could be able to put that on Red Ace because of Grand Champion Ace. Remember, we could have got that from either side. But we didn't have that. Brad had a legitimate sister that was Grand Champion Ace brindle. You know, only one. So Brad could have threw a red brindle, you know, but it didn't show up in none of her breedings. None like her mama. And she had puppies. You know what I'm saying? Never threw one. But when Little Buck was bred to Little Mayday's daughter, she had a line of like Stone City dogs. Yellow dogs, red brindle dogs. Just like Stone City. Just like Stone City. Then the same shit you see when you cross the Meta into the Stone City cross. You got the same type looking dogs. Because they're all lined back to Little Tater. The genetics and all. Whether it's Hollandworth or Yellow, Mayday, it really didn't matter. Or Grand Champion Buck and Stone City, they were the genetics of how those dogs was able to produce. Nico Jr., you know what I'm saying? All these dogs came down by way of production, like we point out the white toes and the white chest. The registered merits of being able to produce falls in line right along with that kind of genetics.
My man D. Ross, appreciate the love, D. Ross. He said the brindle was coming from the red boy side. It's coming from the red boy side. The black blood was washed out. That's what I was saying. Family bred dogs of today.
Yeah, he's right.
Right about that, D. Ross, because it's evident.
It's definitely evident. It's definitely evident. Now, where did you say the black brindle come from? Especially on the Stone City dogs.
The black is coming from the red boy side. The black blood was washed out.
Well, I'm gonna put it like this: the only way that the black brindle, it didn't show up in none of it showed up only in Awesome Baby's litters. You notice that it never showed up in Dolly's litters or Polly. Those kind of dogs, like, Awesome Beast. I mean, all these dogs was dark, either red brindle or dark brindle. Only in her lining. And she was a red brindle, like you said, the red boy. Because remember that dark brindle showed up back there in the back. In the red boy dogs. Was it Brandy? Yeah, Brandy. And keep in mind, our yard was full of red boy. Full of it. Coming just off of Amber alone. And then we add more brindle when we put Grand Champion Ace on it. But we had a yard full of nothing but red-ass dogs. And when we started crossing into the Stone City, we started having those little yellow dogs. When we started crossing to them yellow dogs, now we got just a whole array. But the yard was consistent. It stayed red. Regardless of whether it was that yellow color like Nico Jr. or Blondie. We had them type like Bebe and Buck Rogers. And then we had the yellow buck type like Bucko and Yellow Day. And the little female that we had, she was that color. And then Baby had a Little May's sister. That was the one that died in the car, while we was working on the computer after breeding her to Twisted. But she was yellow. So it's all in, not every dog, but if you got a litter and you really want to pay attention to your litter before you start letting everybody get them, know your genetics. Know your breakdown of the genes and things that you're looking for. Know when to see them. Know when to recognize, because like I said, genetics don't lie. And they don't. There's very few registered mares that produce a lot of dogs that had registered merits in their pedigree. You're going to find those dogs. You're might have a dog here to throw a registered mare, and have a great litter. But I'm talking about those great breedings where you got registered mare, registered mare, registered mare, registered mare. You got registered mare somewhere in them top generations continuously. Those genetics that's a genetic just like the little white toes. Like any other genetic, the production, a reproduction of producing that level is a genetic in itself that we wish we all had every time we made a breed. Every time you make a breed, you feel like you got one. You feel that way, but it's, the proof is in it when it's done. But every breeding, you looking for that genetic. This dog came off a registered mare, a line of dogs, and is one of these going to have that genetic strain of production where you can get a run. Where like Barracuda and them was able to stretch out. Like Luke ain't stretched out. You ain't been touched with yet. The Grand Champion, then, but you got to still look at this part too. We're talking about Grand Champions down the line, but let's bring the registered mares down their line right along with that line of dogs. Ain't too many lions out there that done that. That's like trying to compare any one of these football quarterbacks to Tom Brady. Yeah, you got numbers, but you ain't got these kind of numbers. You know what I'm saying? It's just understanding your genetics and really what you're looking at and what you're looking for. And now, yeah, it was a good conversation, guys. I mean, really, that's the most energetic that I've been far as getting in with the crowd. That was interesting.
My man D-Ross said the next new wave of breedings is from 2013 to 2025.
Yeah, whatever comes out the dungeon, the dungeon is it's a world in itself, because it's evident they must be still doing them because people still getting busted. So whatever come about the dungeon, you know what I'm saying, we're going to be able to talk about it, because how do we been getting it all these years? Do we have to be dog fighters to know who the great dogs turn out to be? No, we don't. Why? Because we might not make good witness. We might not make a good witness, but we know the story. You know what I'm saying? So how you know the story, man? Don't ask me that, man, because I don't want to start lying to you, man. I don't know nothing, really. I'm just going on what I know, what I heard. And that's how it goes. It's always been that way. How many people really depended on the Sporting Dog Journal to make their breedings? And they didn't even fight dogs. Why were they using the journal if they don't fight dogs? Why even have the journals if you're not fighting dogs? That's what they say, right? Everybody got a journal, got to be fighting dogs. But no, they don't. A lot of guys, just like y'all coming to the show, that don't mean y'all fight dogs. But it's nice to get in there, man, and sit down and listen to these kind of conversations and letting your imagination and your mind be entertained. Being that these are a line of dogs that you're fucking feeding. You know? And that's the point.
Nephew said. So after saying that, twin, are we still saying that Ped is real?
Which one? Bucks?
That's which one?
You talking about Grand Champion Bucks Ped?
Or Booty Boy Bob?
Or Booty Boy Bob? Booty Boy Bob Ped. I would think Booty Boy Bob is. I know he's off his mama now. You know, my question is, when it comes to Booty Boy Bob, is Indian Bolio with all that Black Widow. Okay, it took him to be bred to Tuffy to throw a black Bully Boy Bob. But the production, you got to follow the production of Bully Boy Bob, because he is the sitter. He is the key factor in those Grand Champion Buck dogs. Little Tater, all that shit. All that revolves around Bully Boy Bob, the black dog, who had a black mama. But the daddy couldn't throw another black dog if you paid him to do it. Without another black dog. And they sure as hell wasn't throwing a whole bunch of black dogs as we speak about it. And the only way we even seen it in Stone City, we seen it in Stone City when it showed up. And it showed up with them dark brindle dogs. Them dark brindle dogs. To me, them was genetic markings of Bull Boy Bob.
All right, D-Ross, you do that homework, fam. We'll take it up on another day. Definitely gonna open the floor for you, fam. Put in that work.
Yes, sir. I enjoyed that, man. I enjoyed it. We didn't have to cuss each other out. We was on it. You know, I was tripping, but you was too. So we gonna trip together on that one. At least we came out together. You know what I'm saying? We ain't cussing each other out. We ain't calling each other names. We made it a good conversation. We had input. That's how we bulldogging. And I appreciate that. Thank you. I enjoyed it.
Big shout out to Frederick. He said, how was Mayday's temperament?
Probably like all the rest of the dogs. When you have a Mayday dog. remember, everybody knows what. If you don't know, for those who got Mayday dogs, you know what Mayday's temperament must have been. Must have been. He was always on go. Always on go. You know what I'm saying? Brat was like her definitely like her daddy, always on go. But she was straight nuts. She was a nut. Little Mayday was a nut. I told you, I got to the place, man, and went in and grabbed me a bite to eat. I came back, the whole back seat been stripped. I mean, we on the metal. Ain't nothing but the frame of a seat. So, you know, I would have to say that was Mayday's temperament. From what I've seen as far as him going, that temperament they all have. I've seen the look in all the great winners, man. They how did they win? Their focus and intensity. I mean, it's like you know it when you see it. You know it when you see it. It's like you know, that tunnel vision. You know what I'm saying? Where they zero in on something. That's what they were like. And that's how Mayday was when I seen him. And they'll bite your ass too. Damn right. You got act like you ain't. You better know how to handle one of them crazy ass mutts. They don't care. They don't like being held. They don't like being held. And I'm pretty sure Victor and Angel and Miss Link, they all learned how to deal with Mayday. He's a big boy. Because I learned how to deal with Brat, you know, and little Mayday, you know. But Earthquake, no, he was they had to kill him. No, he got killed in a chain accident.
Who was the one they ended up having to put down?
None of ours. No, that was yeah, he didn't get. No, he got killed in a kennel accident. Both dogs. Yeah, both dogs. But yeah, good job, fellas. I enjoyed the night. When y'all send y'all pedigrees in, y'all want to be pulled up, man. Send Mike the numbers to the pedigrees. It's so much easier for him to read them off to me, so I can pull up on something and change the numbers, and we get in there a lot quicker. You know, don't send the link because he's not going to deal with the link. He said the number's not coming up. So,
hey, Eli, I did get your pedigree though. I got it. The freak you had.
But he had a number. Yeah, we're gonna have to put it up for him. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I'm ready.
101 568. This from Eli Monster.
Black skin, black mask. What are we doing? A breakdown here? I mean, the dog is heavy deadwood. That's for damn sure. See, that's a Boyle's dog right there. To me, this part right here and this part down here, it's just the cross to make it, I like the cross. This right here, this is what you call adding gamers to curse. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna call him too bad of a cur though. I'm just saying. They knew that they was trying to do was they was trying to put some bottom into these dogs. Now, I'm gonna tell you something. These group of dogs here, Boat Action, yeah, we can always say he was game, because you can always grab him up just before he quit. We gave him a chance. You know how you get that one scratch in that you got it in? But don't better not do it again. You better not do it again. Okay? That's the kind of dogs these dogs are. If you don't catch them, there ain't gonna be no G there. It will not be no G there. You better take the scratch that he give you and get him out of there. Okay? I can show you a few that did not take that advice, and you're gonna see them L's there. You ain't gonna see no GL. There's a couple of them out there that runs, and then there's some out there that they don't even want to admit it, but they're there. They're there. They ain't got them out here online like they there, but there's some out there running around there with that boy's name in there, got them quits in them. Yes, they do. But hey, I think when you started making crosses like that, I can see Tank being a bad dog. This dog right here, look. See that Champion Wally, Champion Chocolate Soldier, these dogs right here? Point out something about these dogs. This dog was out there before Mayday was. Y'all see that, right? We way back there. This dog was around before Mayday. See Rowdy and them? Yeah, that's Snipes, Champion Wiley. They were the sniper. Don't forget. That boy got some help. It's going to get some help. But, here's the key factor here. Here's the key factor. We look at this right in here. All this right in here. And you know why we picked this right in here? We picked this right in here for this reason right here. This stuff right here goes right along hand in hand with this stuff. We just talked about it. Down there all night. You want to ask me what the contributing factor of this shit is? Because it's not black no more. We talking about red. We're talking about that red because we're throwing the right red up in there. We still got Boy Bob and Bobby Jr. Still, Bobby Jr. was a black dog. Boy Bob being bred into more black stuff. Hold on, let me check. Hold on. We might have stumbled up on one. Nope, not off of Bolio. Right. Bolio bred to a black dog. Bolio bred to Daisy, but shoot, wait a minute, Daisy? But that's Bob. Look, see, there's Black Sean. There's this heavy Black Sean. You know, black girl. It's funny how, and then you got this, you got Dabo, oh, that's red down there. But you got this stuff like this right here. This stuff right here, this dog ain't black and white, not at all. And that's probably because the red in him is here. But you see all this right here? Black widow, black girl, blind Billy. These are red and black dogs, y'all. Throwing this kind of stuff. Ironhead. Offspring. High Sats. These well-known names. Look at him. Double bred Ironhead. Knowing we got the black shit. So, like I said, here we go. That's Black Brindle right there. You see that Brindle in white. Remember, we're going to always find this dog right here hanging around somebody's pedigree. We find him in Buck's pedigree. We find him in Snooty pedigree. We find him everywhere. That Fitzwater's goatee, you find him in many places. He stretches out worse than Tab. He ain't no black dog, but we notice there's a genetic there. This dog can show up in many different places in different ways. Klaus Zeke. Don't forget Zeke. Where did he take us to? Indian Bolio. Sorrell's Bull. Producing line. Them two line dogs right there produced. Morphin. Carver's Orphan Annie. You notice you see the little common little gadgets they carry in them? Not that they all had them, but let's speak about the ones that did. We know these dogs. We know these dogs, but when it comes to genetics, that's Bolio Daddy. And he still got all that Black Widow in him. We got Black Shine, Black Willow. You know what I'm saying? Off of Black Shine. Then you got Black Shine right here. The old goatee. He wasn't just buckskin. Look at the feet. Certain dogs just have these genetics, man. Today, you look at these old pictures and then you look at your shit and then you see where your shit is getting the stuff from. You know, you start seeing it showing up. You see, it starts showing up. That's double bred. Black Widow, you know? More Black Widow, Black Shine. But look what the color of the dog is. A red nose. A red nose. You know what I'm saying? Great producer and half brother to Indian Bolio. Sire of Souls, Grand Champion Shohan, Grand Champion Roadblock, Johnny Walker Red, 2-time winner, Greenwoods Champion Noah, Uptown's Champion Red Eagle, and Supernats Champion Chino. This dog right here. This is the same shit right here that you're going to find in Grand Champion Buck. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know the Souls dog, you know, this will probably really set you straight. It's like taking Buck and just breeding Buck in them. Just a whole nother setup. Remember, we started off with Fitzwater, and then I told you Fitzwater gonna take you places, and you see where it took me. And we on Souls and not Pat Patrick yard now. Just pointing these things out. All because I started with this dog here and watching the genetics. Just totally amazing. Okay, I'm gonna jump on out of here because who started this? Mike. We was headed out the door till Mike came up in there and had to say something.
You said Eli he had a good dog. And you can see why he had a good dog.
Yes, he did. But you go back and you start looking, and you see why a lot of these dogs was good-looking dogs. Is that what we started at? No, one more. Oh, Wally. This is where we started at. And you can guarantee when we went to the Buck side of this shit, we went to the Buck side of this. Where did we start with the Buck side at? We started right up here at the Red Oak dog. That's where we started at. And it still took us back to the Buck stuff. Still. We ain't even using Patrick stuff now. Now we using Sorrow. It's just funny how the lines, they change, but they make such a big difference in how they change. And just show the consistency. You see this same old kind of look in the Buck dogs. You see these kind of pedigrees in the Buck dogs. You can't deny it. We're going to mess around with Jeep and all these dogs right here. Anytime we go grabbing Jeep, we can go grab Jeep. We can go grab Missy, any one of them things like that. When you start talking about production of dogs, you're going to see the same old thing we see in them Buck dogs. Or whatever the hell you want to call them, little taters or whatever you want to call them. We can go back and just call it, Zeke. Like I say little tater, we can go back further little tater. It's just the genetics that these dogs are coming to the front that makes these dogs. That's all I'm saying. There's something coming from the back to be able to do this and do it consistently. When you get a Jeep dog, you're gonna, if you got the right one, it's producing. If you got a Garner dog, Chinaman dog, or Frisco dog, if he can produce. If he comes from producing dogs like these down the line, you're gonna get it. Same thing with yellow. when you got a yellow dog that is producing coming far back as red boy, like you take the red boy and go into the Jeep and blame it on the Kobe shit. The genetics of what ticks, because everybody don't get the magic pill. Can't everybody have privilege to the purple pill? You know what? This is a new pill. You're going with the purple pill because it's the new pill. You know, understanding that, you know what I mean? I think that's where if you go to do your analysis on these things and go to breaking them down, you will realize that, you know, there is a following on how these guys was able to make these great breedings and maintain them. Because as you doing it and you putting your hands on it, you start recognizing those certain traits. Even when you come down to particular dogs that you know, you might have a bitch, she cold as hell, but she's looking like she's got those genetic traits that's so strong, and that'd be the first one you breed before you want to breed your match dog. You know what I'm saying? Because her genetics is showing something that you know is definitely coming from the daddy. If that daddy or the mama is something big and great, you trying to go and tag into that to make sure that she's not the one holding, even though that she's not the best dog. You know what I'm saying? It's just her genetic makeup make you want to go try it. Okay. Now we're going to try this again. I'm done again. I'm done again.
All right, fellas. Help me out here. Help me out here. It's Friday night.
It's Friday night.
And we ain't doing nothing but talk bulldog tonight.
Bulldogging.
Help me out here. Give me some thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, get your damn self some roses. Roses. The Shark Tank need them damn roses.
Show the love, y'all.
Show yourself some love.
Show love. Show love.
Appreciate everybody who contributed to the super chat. Again, I'm always going to tell you, it's always appreciated. It's not about how much you give. It's the fact that you find it in your heart to give. Ain't nothing bigger than that, man. Ain't nothing bigger than that. So big shout out for all the ones who chose to get out there and show the love. To all the people out there in the Shark Tank, y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. And as always, you know, we ain't nothing without the tank. So give yourself some love, because without you, we wouldn't be sitting here.
The boys with the visuals. Shout out to you.
Your boys on the back street, let them know something more.
That's right, man. Boys on the back street. What's up, baby? Keep it real. Keep it alive. That's all you can do. Stay safe and be right.
Okay. That's right, brothers. Hey, don't forget to hit them damn like buttons. My man Double M Desbo. Big shout out to my man D Ross. He said, big up twins, GHK. Keep up the good work. Great show. Much love. Much love, D Ross. Scratch line. He said, twin, what reason did Pat give for not changing Buck's littermates pads?
Well, because Buck, his littermates, they didn't change his pads. His littermates was still off a little tater. See, Buck came off a little tater. Tell you, Mr. Wardman, he wanted a Mahoney's tooth dog, so he took the paperwork, the Mahoney paperwork, and stuck on Buck, and then sent Buck off. So Waldman always thought that Buck was off a Golden Boy. You know, the dog didn't change from his littermates. His littermates stayed the same. All them other Golden Boy littermates, no, they wasn't go. That was probably the actual Golden Boy littermates. But Buck wasn't part of that litter.
RBG Wolf coming through with a 99-cent piece, showing some love. Appreciate the love, fam.
What's up, baby? What's up? You're looking out.
RBG Lone Wolf Handing out the donations tonight. Appreciate the love, fam. Scratchline said, Pacers pet has always been Golden Boy.
But he's not Buck's legitimate brother. That's all. He's not Buck's legitimate brother. And being that you brought it up, let's see something. Now, you see, we're trying to close the show, and you bring up some shit like that, and you know we have to get in there and discuss the conversation. Okay? Now we know that's Little Tater, not Golden Boy. The red lady. See, that's Buck's pedigree. We got to find it somewhere else. Let me see. You see what I'm saying? Waltman's Buck. See that? Waltman's Buck. You see all this right here? This dog right here was off of Golden Boy. He was off of Golden Boy. Pacer. Yes. Patrick's Pacer. Offspring. Prince. You don't see. You see. Look at this shit. You see what we dealing with? We dealing with Boyle's dogs. Champion Co. Got the producing line, but where are the producers? There go Joe Pirate. Look at Joe Pirate looking like a buck dog. All that heaviness down here. But why is he looking like a buck dog when he's heavy Golden Boy? Red nose. We looking for the all-whim, ain't he? Okay, because he's never been known as an all-whim. But he was a good match dog, and they had good match dogs. But this is not Grand Champion Buck numbers. Okay, we know Champion Red Pirate, but these aren't Grand Champion Buck numbers. You see what I'm saying? This is not the same shit. Golden Boy, this shit is not the same. It started off with this guy right here. It started off with him. This was Buck's pedigree, but this is the man telling you this is not right. And it doesn't even show right in the production. That's what I'm saying. We go down here and look at who? Pacer didn't throw shit. We give him this one. We're gonna give him this one. We still grabbing for stuff. So let's go to Patrick and see if we can get it out of Patrick like we did earlier. See, we ain't pulling up no major numbers. We see the genetics. There go them toes. You see them? We see the genetics. We even see the goofy look, that them Stone City dogs be looking like. You know what I'm saying? And maybe they have some Golden Boy in them. Because that one look just like old ugly Nico, don't he? But look. See, this is not Grand Champion Buck stuff. You notice what's missing, right? You see what's missing. The missing piece is where little Tater at? See, this is what set it all, this is what makes it all different. You know what I mean? There's no Golden Boy in here. There's no little Tater in here. And that's the best that he could produce. No production power. Even though it looks like we got match power, but we ain't making no bitches, no ROM, nowhere in this shit. None. We making match dogs. We ain't getting no continuity, none whatsoever, in producing anything, but maybe one. That's it. And that dog is bred good. But again, the only reason we getting that kind of help, because we can always talk about peppermint down here. If anything was going to help this shit produce, looking like that old nickel stuff, you know what I'm saying? If anything going to help the shit produce, is this shit right down here. Little Tater. Little Tater. Little Tater. You see what I'm saying? Little Tater. That's the difference. When you start putting in this little work here, little Tater. See it? Right there? We dealing with little Tater shit. Red Baby Tombstone. Bully Boy, Bull Boy Bob. Them is key pieces. The Tombstone Cross did not help this shit, y'all. It didn't. The Harlem World stuff is the Harlem World stuff through this motion of ocean, right here. Little dog, right here. You can look for it in the either Half Brothers, like Lady in Red and all them. You're going to find this stuff in the Mayday stuff. You won't find Little Tater is strong, but you're going to find sisters and half sisters and shit like that off of Little Tater. Definitely wasn't none of them. But these are key factors. You know, I ain't never known Red Pie to be no producer, but again, I'm talking about the production side of it, y'all. When we go talking about the production side, I'm gonna guarantee you the best part of these Patchy dogs back then still is gonna be this dog right here. This cross right here. You follow that cross, it's gonna take you to places that's gonna lead beyond. Matter of fact, I think I got my dog of the night. Oh shit, why my face is not on here? I pushed the wrong button. All right, y'all. I pushed the wrong button. I'm back. All right, Mike, you want to get in and get your last words in, man? Hey, man, I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me, man. Really do. Mike over there tagging. Michael Jackson. Hey. Get in here, man. Get in there, man.
I got the thing on. All right, y'all. As we took a little trip back down memory lane. But look, fellas, the breeding never changes regardless of how many years pass. Remember, I seen him way back at Dibo. I seen him all the way back to Little Tater and Tater. I seen him all the way back up here, Yellow Buck and Mayday and Destroyer. I didn't hear him talk about the Little Buck dogs. That's going through our time. Actually, we can keep on moving forward with that same shit. Do y'all expect it to change if it was doing it like that all these years? Why do you think it would change if people understand this? See, this is when the game got competitive, because now you see a lot of different people doing the same thing, but doing it with different dogs a different way and still getting the same results. They ain't getting away from the damn formula. They're just using different dogs in the formula, getting the same results. That's when you know you're on to something. Because that's when you can make it yours. It's yours now. See, a lot of people be hating on, what you be hating on, but look, if it don't be for the people in the basement who made these dogs worthy of talk about, we wouldn't have shit to talk about, just being honest with you. Them ROMs means register of merit. How do you get a register of merit? That means that somebody was putting in some work. PORs, producer of record. That means somebody putting in some work. That's where the game will always be, and that's where we're going to grade the quality of the animals as we talk about them now. Because we don't see shit, it ain't shit worth talking about. And if I don't see it on here, there's no reason for me to believe that you was a producer. If you ain't did it throughout history and there's no record of it, then that means you just didn't do it. And for those who did do it, they was private about it. So those kind we can't talk about because we wasn't meant to talk about. So people who bring up that argument, well, so-and-so, well, no, so-and-so just wasn't on that kind of level, or we would be talking about it. That's all. And it's a matter of where you want to be at in this game. We trying to tell you what we was doing. We was following the damn format. We was following the format. We were actually following people who had done it before us. Does it work? Hell yeah, it worked. Maybe that's why he understands it so well, because he did it enough. All we're trying to do is pass it down the street, another look of a way of looking through that hourglass. Sometimes it pays us to start with the thick end and look through it. You know what I'm saying? Because you get the big picture instead of that little level to zoom in. You start turning it out with the thick end is down there, and then get up on it and see what you see. You'll see a whole lot that you weren't looking to see. And that's what we try to bring to the table. Take advantage of that and learn from that. Good conversations on it, because this is what Bulldog people generally do. We get in there and we, some of the greats, they know these breeds and these pedigrees because they're the ones who did it. So imagine them kind of conversations. It's hard to have a conversation with the breeder and the person who created the madness, because they're gonna break it down for you. And actually, when you have the opportunity to hear what they saying, we might talk shit about Tudor, and people who don't know, or people might talk shit about Pat Hill. People talk shit about Victor. Shit, people talk shit about Tant, Crenshaw. I mean, come on, talking shit has always been the issue in here. But what matters? You know what matters? Every time I see that Grand Champion, PORROM. And then, Mo used to always say, we're going to stay in the top of the list of the ROM list. I mean, that was his thing. Now, I'm trying to play in the top of the ROM list. So I say, how much of the top you talk about? First 5 on males, first 2 on females. You know, Honey Bunch is the first and goddamn Awesome Baby number 2. Now imagine you building the yard trying to stay strictly in that lane. You know, it was fun, but one damn thing for sure, it worked. You know, we just didn't do it long enough like the other guys. You know, times were changing when we was getting that spot. And then we was too busy bulldogging and take it serious because we were happy we had toys to play with. But that's the difference. Pick what you want to be and try to be the best at what you're trying to do, regardless of what you're doing. But keep in mind, what made these dogs worthy of talking about? If that's what you want, do what they did. If you want to do something else, that's totally up on you. Just make sure you're in the same in the same mind frame we are. Put something together that's worthy of talking about. Because anybody can own a bulldog. You know that. History has shown that. What chart you trying to play? You know, don't hate on us because we were trying to play like everybody else. That's just for real. If they do it, why can't we do it? That's why we understand it so well. So take that information, ride with it. Y'all know what time it is. We're going to be back here Tuesday with this High Mic Talk Shit Tuesday. God forgive me, I actually lost a day this week. For Talk Shit Tuesday, but this Hot Mic Friday been a hot mic. Appreciate everybody for showing up, showing the love. Again, big shout out to all my people who, did the super chat thing. And remember, man, when it comes to these bulldogs, regardless of what it is, and you out there feeding it, you better make sure it always.
You feed it, you better make sure. Damn sure.
I mean, really, you better make damn sure that it always scratch the weed. Man.
Hey, y'all, man.
Dog food costs too much, man.
Dog food change space.
Change space,
That's right.
dog food, everything. Just, hey, inflation a mug. Be careful of what you feed.
That's right. Dog of the night, fellas. Dog of the night. Well, Teddy be winning them some of these nights, y'all. You know what's that Teddy's third one right here? This is Teddy's third one. That red boy on there. That red boy on that Frisco. They on in. They doing it. They grabbing that red boy shit. They tapping in with Cunningham. They tapping in with red boy all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Shit, Rocker. Man, Rocker, his deep shit. They tapping in. They taking it. Remember, Frisco's an Eli dog. He's an Eli dog. So you gotta play the perception of treating him just like he ain't no different than G. You know, that Frisco shit, they thought that shit was getting good, doubling up on him. You know what I'm saying? ready to